Ishtam manamapi shachiputram matra sarupam Rupam tasya gajam maruparim maturim gushtavatim Radha kundam girivaramoho radhika madhavasham Prapto yasya pratita kripaya Shri Gurum tam natosmi Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Bando mui savadana mate Bando mui savadana mate Jahar prashade bhai bhavato riyaja Jahar prashade bhai bhavato riyaja Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy te Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya Anakori ho mane asha Arnakori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Utama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Uttama Gati. Jai Pashare Pude Sarva Asha. Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha. Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she. Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she. Divya gyan hriday prakashito. Divya gyan hriday prakashito. Prema bhakti ja hoite abhidya vinasa jate. Prema bhakti ja hoite abhidya vinasa jate. Dhiri gai jahara charito. Dhiri gai jahara charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu. Lokena lokera jivana. Lokena lokera jivana. Ha Prabhu kora doya. Teha more pada chaya. Ha Prabhu kora doya. Teha more pada chaya. Ibija shikshik tribhuvana. Ibija shikshik tribhuvana. Ha Prabhu kora doya. Te amore para chaya. Ha Prabhu kora doya. Te amore para chaya. Ha Prabhu kora doya. Te amore para chaya. E bija shishik tribhuvana. E bija shishik tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada patita pavana. Srila Prabhupada patita pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatarishatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Kali Kukur and Hari Harai. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Kali Kukur Kadan Jadi Chao He Kali Juga Pavana Kali Bhoya Nashana Shri Sachinandana Gao He. Gadadhar Madan Nitayer Pranadan Advaita Papujita Gaura. Nimani Bishwambar Srinivasishwar Bhakta Samuva Chitta Chora. Nariya Shashadar Mayapurishwar Nam Pravartana Sura. Grijana Shikshaka Nyasikula Nayaka Radhava Radhabhava Pura. Grijana Shikshaka Nyasikula Nayaka Madhava Radhabhava Pura. Sarvabhauma Shodana Gajapati Tarana Ramananda Poshana Vira. Rupananda Vadana Shanatana Palana Haridas Modana Dhira. Brajadas Bhavana Dushtamata Shatana Kapati Vighatana Kama. Shuddha Bhakta Palana Shuksha Jnana Tharana Chala Bhakti Dushana Rama. Kali Kukur Karan Jari Chao He. Hey Kali Juga Pavana Kuli Bhaya Nashana Shishachinandana Gao He. Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Hare. Jadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan. Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raghuna. Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raghuna. Chai Gosai Kori Charanam Vandan. Jaha Hoite Bignanash Abhishta Puran. Chai Gosai Jar Mutar Dal Tansabara Pararinu Mora Panchagra Tandera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sanibas Janam में होए अभिलाष Chai Gosai Jabe Bhaje Kulabas Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Shri Shri Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaj Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaj Vrindavan Bhaj Vrindavan Bhaj Vrindavan Bhaj Vrindavan Bhaj Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaj Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hari Bhaj Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Mojmi Aman Shri Guru Vaishnava Pad Padma Koriyash Hari Nam Sankirtan Kohe Narotamoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Hey, Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Hey, Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Hey, Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Hey, Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. 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 Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, Gauranga, Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga, Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, Gauranga, Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga, Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, Gauranga, Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga.
Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Gopala,
Radhe Gopala,
Radhe Gopala,
Radhe Gopala.
Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare.
Govinda Gopala Hare.
Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda, Radhe Gopala, Radha Krishna, Radhe Krishna,
Kishore Kishori,
Kishore Kishore,
Rukmini Dwarkades,
Rukmini Durga,
Radha Bank Bihari,
Radha Banki Hari,
Radha Kala Chandi,
Radha Kala Chandi,
Radha Gokula Nanda,
Radha Gokulananda,
Radha Govinda,
Radha Govinda,
Radha Ramana,
Radha Ramana,
Radha Govind Chandra, Radha Giridhar,
oh Radha Girina,
Radha Navarangi Lal,
Radha Rava Rangila,
Radha Vakya Bihari,
Radha Banki Hari,
Radha Gopinatha,
Radha Gopinatha,
Radha Shama Sundar,
Radha Shama Sundar,
Radha Madan Mohan,
Radha Madhan Mohan,
Radha Ramana,
Radha Ramana,
Radha Vrindavan Chandra,
Radha Vrindavan Chandra,
Radha Natabara,
Radha Natavara,
Radha Govinda Madhava,
Ramana,
Radha Madan Gopal,
Radha Madhan Gopal,
Radha Govinda,
Radha Govinda,
Radha Kunja Bihari,
Radha Kunja Bihari,
Radha Giridhari,
Radha Giridhari,
Radha Parisishwara,
Radha Madan Mohan,
Radha Madhan Mohan,
Radha Gokulananda,
Radha Gokulananda, Bhajare,
Radha Braj Bihari,
hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Hey, hey, Bhaja Govinda, Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम। ऐसे श्री ज्ञान श्याम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। श्याम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। क्या प्रबल में मिठाई गौरा Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivadi Kacharya Stotaras Shishimad Bhai Charanar Vind Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivadi Kacharya Stotaras Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki. Ananta Kuli Vaishnavini Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sri Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki. Shri Jagannath Puri Ki. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki. Samabeta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Shri Gaura Purnima Maha Mahotsav Ki. The MSF of New Beginnings Ki. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees. Gopremanande Haribo. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivadadhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivadadhari. Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana. 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 Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivadadhari. Gopi Janna Balaba Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Yashoda Nandana Vrajajandarajana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. What happened? Hare Go Premanande. We'd like to welcome Malati Devi Dasi, our honored guest here for Gaura Purnima. We must be doing something right if we can attract her here for the Gaura Purnima. She's a world icon not just in ISKCON, but all over the world. And she's very much beloved of Srila Prabhupada and has been with the Hare Krishna movement since the very beginning. In fact, she started, along with a couple other devotees, the mantra rock dance in San Francisco that actually started the West Coast Hare Krishna movement and attracted Srila Prabhupada to come to the West Coast to continue the blissful spread of the holy names. Then, of course, she went to England with a couple other devotees and met the Beatles, which has had lasting effect all over the world. Like the Govindam prayers that we heard this morning. And she's continued to serve throughout her life the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and today has the thankless task of being a GBC, paying her own way wherever she goes. Of course, that's what all GBCs have to do, because there's no funding for that torturous assignment. But we're lucky that she is, because she has imbibed the kind of intelligence and management abilities that Prabhupada had, and is helping all over the world to encourage devotees and also manage ISKCON, which is definitely a thankless task and very difficult at times. She travels the world constantly at the pace of a 20-year-old, and I can't express enough gratitude for her association and for coming here to ISV. One more.
Please feel free to correct us, chastise us, put us in our place at any time. And please don't leave. These are our 3 requests. One thing is, before Malati speaks, let's. Well, I guess we're okay, but we could be a little more efficient as far as. I mean, we're all engineers here. Let's figure it out. I mean, some of us are anyway. I don't have a clue. Yeah, make it defrag. And always leave a route, so devotees are coming in, and they will come in all day long, so they can go by, have the darshan of the deities, and then find a place to sit. And the rule of today is that this is the friendliest place on earth. So everyone take the initiative to make sure that whoever comes in feels welcome. Make eye contact, smile. Let's try it once. Everyone turn to somebody, make eye contact, and smile. See how it makes you feel. Pretty crummy, right? Makes you feel lousy when you do that. It's the worst thing could have happened all day. So everyone today, when people come in, make eye contact, smile, and then make sure they have a seat, and try to intuit what they need. Encouragement, whatever, prasadam, and give it to them. And we're continuing with the monthly Sankirtan Festival of New Beginnings. So feel free to start over today. So a redo, restart. You can restart your devotional service. From whatever you're not happy with, you can fix it. And we're going to pray to the Lord Gauranga to give us this sincerity to surrender our souls in complete submission. This is the only thing necessary for advancement in spiritual life. Utter submission. And it's actually sweet because it's a struggle. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, that we are struggling hard with the 6 senses, which include the mind. Manak shastan indriyani prakriti stani karshati. And that's because I'm not submissive. If I just submit, I put in my little thing. I was going to sleep last night and I was thinking, how do you submit? And I was thinking, I fill out the form and I'll hand it in at the desk and say, I submit. And that ought to do it. I'm officially signing the paper tonight, as I'm falling asleep. I say, I'm signing this paper, I submit. And you could do whatever you like with me, but I quit. I'm opting out of the hard struggle for material existence, and I just submit. And that's just the way it is. And so you just hand in your chit at the desk. Lord Gauranga's representatives will be sitting there at the desk, and you go by with your chit, and you say, are you submitting? And you just mark the little box and say, I submit. I'm complete submission. Whatever you say, I'll do. I quit. I'm opting out of the material world, and here's my chit. And okay, I'm done. So today we'll pray to opt out. We're opting out of the material world, and we're opting into the Lord Chaitanya's movement to the into the flow of submission. So Lord, we can be part of the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and spreading the Sankirtan movement all over the world. We can be used as his instruments. And to invoke auspicity on this day of Gaura Purnima, I'd like to ask Malati Devi Dasi if she wouldn't mind just saying a few words to encourage us. Anything you like.
Hare Krishna. I don't know what I could say to encourage you, given the leadership you have here. I came here for encouragement, and I'm already receiving it through the ecstatic kirtan, which reminded me of this wonderful description in the Chaitanya Bhagavat when it was describing devotees meeting on the street. And not everybody in Navadvip was a devotee, so when devotees would see one another, and it mentioned specifically, irregardless of class or caste, or, irregardless of the background, they would embrace. And then they would start chanting, Hari Bol, and dancing right on the spot. never minding who was seeing them, who was not. And sometimes they would become so ecstatic they would fall down and roll. And they might be people that were socially completely far apart. But by the potency and the power of Mahaprabhu and the holy name, they became servants of the Lord and established true equality. So this wonderful kirtan this morning, when there was no consideration who was seeing, who was not. And I was thinking, it's so wonderful. You're just right here on the street, and so much activity is going right by you, and, quickly going to hell, and we're here quickly going back home, back to Godhead. Anyway, do you mind if I say one small thing about Mahaprabhu? This is an instruction from Srila Prabhupada, personally given to me, but also to others. And this can be borne out. You can see what I'm about to say, like if you go to Mayapur or Vrindavan or Chopati. Lord Chaitanya's peacock feather. So Srila Prabhupada came to the manor, which was a very large place, if you have been there or not, but it was very large, and it was the largest place in the movement at the time. And we were in this beautiful mansion, manor house, but we had no money. And it was very difficult in this situation. And I was thinking that we needed some encouragement, and the only encouragement I could think of was Mahaprabhu. And it happened that I had just returned from India, and I had deities of Gaurnitai that Shamsundar had purchased in Navadvip. So I spoke with the local sannyasi, Ribharinandana Swami at the time, and I suggested that we have a deity installation of Shri Shri Gaurnitai. That could pull us together, and that we could worship them visibly. So this was arranged. And there were some ecstatic pastimes about the installation, which I won't go into, but Srila Prabhupada came shortly thereafterwards, and he came in and took their darshan. And then he looked up, and he turned to me, and he said, Lord Chaitanya must always wear a peacock feather. And he said, Lord Nityananda can, but he doesn't have to. Then he said to me, their hair is too long, because it was about down to the waist. The deities were a little bit larger than the small one, like about 12-inch Murti. He said, Lord Chaitanya was not a hippie. Hair should be, shoulder length. So as soon as he turned his back and went out the door, I grabbed a pair of scissors, and Mahaprabhu and Nityananda had a haircut. And then I went and found a peacock feather. So the next time he came for darshan, which was later in that day, everything had been rectified. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. I wasn't even noticing the hair. Yeah, his hair's to his shoulder. All right. Yeah, his hair was wide. Actually, whenever I come to temples and I see they don't have peacocks as Mahaprabhu,
I just need my bag.
I have a lot of peacocks.
Use the microphone, Malati, because it's broadcast.
Whenever I visit an ISKCON center and I see Mahaprabhu doesn't have a peacock feather, when I go back to my place, I will send them a peacock feather because I have a lot of peacocks and they have a lot of feathers.
Thank you.
So it's also very sweet because around the world I'll see these peacock feathers that came from New Vrindavan, and particularly I have a white peacock. So his feather you'll see in Vrindavan, in Mayapur, on Nityananda, Chopati, Delhi, so many places you'll see. His name is Omkar. You'll see his peacock, his white feathers.
Oh, I saw Omkar in New Vrindavan.
Yeah.
What a beautiful peacock. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Namaskritya. Naram Chaiva Narottamam. Devim Sarasatim Vyasam Tato Jaya Mudiraye. So probably today we're going to need an extra table here for books. And we'll need whoever's in the corner, this is the hot corner, be ready to grab whatever we need. So we're going to need a seventh canto, chapter 9. And we'll need a 11th canto, the verse Deyam sada paribhavagnam abhishtadoham tirtasparam shiva varinchi nutam sharanyam brityartiham pranatapala pababdipotam vande mahapurushate charanara vindam. So there are two verses. What we're going to do today, Jai Shri Gauranga Mahaprabhu wearing peacock feather ki Jai. Krishna. There can be differences of opinion in spiritual life. Okay. So today we're going to be like miners. In the late 60s, early 70s, a famous rock and roll singer in America sang the song, I'm a miner for a heart of gold. It was Neil Young. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. So we're looking for that heart of gold. The real heart of gold is the heart of Radharani, Srimati Radharani. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we'll find out, has stolen her heart. At least she's stolen her mood. Radha Bhava Duty Suvalitam Nami Krishna Swarupam. That's Krishna wanting to taste what his devotees taste in worshiping him, because he realizes a couple of things. One thing is that he can't repay their debt. So, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll start with the premise. Today, we're looking for a heart of gold. We're miners. Miners for a heart of gold. We're looking for that golden heart. Of course, in the song, Neil Young says, he's searching for a heart of gold and I'm getting old. Searching for a heart of gold. He didn't find it, I don't think. But today we will. We're going to do our best to go through the Shastras and find out that heart of gold. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is bringing the heart, the mood, Radha Bhava Duty Suvalitam Naumi Krishna Swarupam. He's bringing the heart of Srimati Radharani to the world and teaching us the mood of Srimati Radharani. That's one of the external reasons that Mahaprabhu came to teach the process of spontaneous devotional service as it is practiced in Vrajadham. Because in Vaikuntha Dham, devotional service is going on out of a sense of awe and reverence, even duty to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or Lord Krishna, Anarpita Chirim Chirat Karuna Yavatirna Kalau Sama Paritum Unato Jwalarasam Swapakti Shriyam, says, Anarpita, for a long time, I have not given this spontaneous love. In fact, he says, nobody knows about this. It's a secret. You have to mine deeply into the Vedic literatures to find this mode of service. In the Brihat Bhagavatamrita, we find that Uttara was divining that there was such a place where devotees performed this unusual kind of devotional service. In fact, she said, there's a special kind of love for Krishna that's not confined by rules and regulations. A kind of spontaneous, lawless love. So she said there must be a special place for it. And she wanted to know, where is that place? And much of the Brihat Bhagavatamrita is in explaining where is that place. And in the process of finding that place where spontaneous love is expressed by the devotees, the protagonist of the Brihat Bhagavatamrita, the hero Gopakumar, goes to every region of the universe, every layer of the universe, meets the various kinds of devotees in the various atmospheres around the world. Yasya prabha prabhapato jagadanna koti koti shashesha vasudari vibhuti binam tad brahma nishkalamanantam ashesha bhutam govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami. Lord Brahma says that throughout the Lord's creation there is unlimited variety everywhere you go. And that variety in the world of devotees has to do with their various moods of devotion. Gopakumar goes on an exhaustive journey from one region to the next, and in each place he appreciates deeply, in some places even wants to stay and imbibe the same mood of the devotees in various places, but then feels a slight pinprick of dissatisfaction, that this is not the complete fulfillment of my desire. Abhishtadoham, as I mentioned earlier, the verse, Deyam sada paribhavagnam abhishtadoham. Karabhajana Muni, in describing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, says that he fulfills the innermost desire of the soul. And what is that innermost desire? It's to love Krishna. Now, I've forgotten that love and I've diverted my attention to inferior things. And I'm loving all those entities that can't completely reciprocate with me. And even if they do reciprocate with me to some degree, and I feel some attachment and love, that relationship will be broken. And again, I'll be plunged in despair. However, when one rediscovers one's intimate relationship with Krishna, and every living entity has an intimate relationship with Krishna, sanitya nitya sambandha prakritischa paraivasa. The Shastra says that every single living entity has an intimate, eternal relationship with Krishna. Until I reawaken that intimate, eternal relationship with Krishna through the process of bhakti, I'll remain unfulfilled, unsatisfied, and one lifetime after another, the relationships I do form will be broken. So the Abhishtadoham Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving, the fulfillment of one's innermost desire, is reintroducing us to that most intimate relationship we have with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Gopakumar, as he went from one region to the next and took shelter of the various devotees that he met and worshipped the various forms of the Supreme that he saw there, moved from one place to the next by the force of his mantra, which he had received from his guru. And then, of course, finally he goes back home, back to Godhead, and meets his Ishtadev, Madan Gopal, who embraces him and brings him back in and says, now we'll never be separated, takes him by the hand. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving this facility to everyone. And this is an amazing thing. Therefore, Rupa Goswami says, Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tushe Namaha. That he's the most magnificent avatar. Because Rupa Goswami really knows what he's giving. He's studied the science. He knows the tradition. He knows intimately what is at stake and what is the greatest prize. and what it takes to get that. And now he's seeing that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is distributing it to everyone for free without asking for any price, and practically without any qualification. He's giving it out everywhere without discriminating. Vichartonai he, vichartonai he, vichartonai he. So no vichar, no consideration. He gives it everywhere. So he's the most magnanimous. He's distributing that. And it's a fact that somebody could easily miss. You can read the Vedas and you won't hear anything about Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You'll hear about worship of Indra and various rituals and various hymns to the devas and so forth. Well, you will hear, but you have to be very astute to find out. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that you have to know the purpose behind the Vedas in order to take full advantage of them. And then we have Bhagavad Gita, we have the Vedanta Sutra, we have Bhagavad Gita, and then there's the Srimad Bhagavatam. And even in Srimad Bhagavatam, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says somebody without the right guidance or the right mentality can miss the whole point. He says that Srimad Bhagavatam is like Mohini Murti. Mohini Murti was this form of the Lord as he appeared as a woman. And when the Lord appears as a woman, everyone goes crazy. In fact, Lord Shiva, who's the most dhira of all the entities in the creation practically, when he saw Mohini Murti, he ran after her. And really he lost his sense. And he was conquered by that form of the Lord. And the demons were definitely taken in, because after all that work of churning the milk ocean and getting that pot of nectar that everyone was looking for, Mohini Murti came along and said, "How you doing?" They said, "Great! How are you? Can we do anything for you?" She said, "I'll just take the nectar from you and I'll give it to the demigods, okay?" And they said, "Sure!" Because they were so enamored of her beauty, and they just said, "Do whatever you like." And then everyone but Rahu was totally cheated. He figured out what was going on at the last minute and sat in line and got a little taste until his head got chopped off. But his head was preserved. Anyway, that's a whole other story. But the Srimad Bhagavatam, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, like Mohini Murti, and if one isn't in the proper mood and doesn't have the proper guidance, one can be bewildered and think that it's about something else. For instance, when Lord Krishna sends a message to the gopis in Vrindavan, and what is that message? He says that you should perform meditation. and so a lot of the jnanis out there say, "See, Srimad Bhagavatam is about jnana. It's about meditation. You should meditate." And even at Kurukshetra, the most heart-rending of circumstances between Krishna and the gopis, when they came to see Krishna after such long separation, Krishna was talking about how, just see me everywhere. I'm within everything. And then the Brahmavadis will say, see, it's about Brahmavad, really. But the Vaishnavacharyas know better, because they're completely surrendered to Krishna, and they can give the real import behind the Srimad Bhagavatam. What to speak of the Vedas and tracing out where they come from and what their very purpose is. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, that you have to know the purpose behind them. Yavan arta udapane sampata sampluto udake. Say, Yavan arta udapane sarvata sampluto udake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha. In order to fully take advantage, somebody must know what's the purpose behind the Vedas. And in the end of the 8th chapter, Krishna says, Vedeshu yagyeshu tapasu chaiva daneshu yat punya palam pratishtam atyeti tat sarvam vidam baditva yogi param stanam upaiti chadyam. That a person who has taken to the path of devotional service isn't bereft of the process of studying the Vedas, Vedeshu, Yagyeshu, performing all kinds of sacrifices, Daneshu, of giving charity, Daneshu, Tapasu, performing severe austerities, Chaiva, and so forth. What else? Giving charity, Daneshu, Punya, Pratishtam. So, if someone takes directly to the path of devotional service, he or she can actually come to the real meaning of the Vedas. And there are many mysteries in the Vedas, the esoteric truth within the Vedas. So that's what we're looking for today. And we don't have to look so hard. I mean, we should look very hard, but Prabhupada revealed it all to us. That's why we have the Chaitanya Charitamrita, because, and nobody else has this, except for a bunch of people around Silicon Valley. Because over the last 2 weekends, the devotees went out and distributed Chaitanya Charitamrita door to door. We saw this morning, and I passed it on to some other devotees in Los Angeles to show them how we're doing these sets door to door. Shraddha had sent out some pictures of a young man who had answered the door, and she said that he was about 7 feet tall, and he's a Muslim, and his wife's a Christian, and he's from what country? Morocco? From Morocco. And so she said he looked like Jesus Christ himself, practically, when he opened the door. He had, long hair, and he's a Muslim. And so so she was showing them Bhagavad Gita, and then Mukaravind came along and noticed that this man was in Sattva-gun, because he was showing the symptoms of Sattva-guna. So he pushed the process along a little bit and pulled out the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Well, I'll just cut to the end, because there's several pictures after that tell the whole story, that the man's got the Chaitanya Charitamrita on his bookshelf. And there's a picture of Shraddha Devi Dasi holding one of the Bhagavata, Chaitanya Charitamritas, along with the other man, and a picture of Mukaravind, and they're pointing to that, and he's smiling. And I was thinking how profound that is, that all of this, all of these Vedic literatures, which are very difficult to understand, like nobody can decipher them, practically. It's very difficult, especially in the Kali Yuga. But even in previous ages, one had to be raised as an austere brahmachari in a gurukul, a way of life, in order to begin to understand the meanings behind the Vedas. And, however, when the Kali Yuga came, Vyasadeva said, this isn't going to work. People won't be able to do this. Prayanal payashashabhya kalavasmin yugejana manda sumanda matayo manda pagya hupadruta. In the iron age of Kali, men have but short lives. They're quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, cell phones always go off in class. And it just is disturbing. And I just noticed on our last trip, wherever we went, every single place we went, there was a major disturbance. At about 42% disturbance, at the Bangalore temple. It was so noisy, and the microphone wasn't working, and there was once things would just start to quiet down, then a kid would walk in, and then it was all finished again. And then, we went to Mangalore, and in Mangalore, it was so loud that it was very difficult to concentrate. And I thought, it's just these places. But then I started realizing, taking score, that every single place was like that. There's always something. That's the Kali Yuga age. And so always disturbed. People can't have this fully concentrated life to be able to understand the Vedas. So Srila Vyasadeva brings it out in a way that we can understand, and the great acharyas want people to be able to get the essence as quickly as possible. And so really, then we get the Hare Krishna mantra, which Nikila Shruti Mali Ratnamala Duti Nidadita Pada Pankajanta Aimukta Kaleru Pasyamanam Paritastam Harinam Shamshrayami. Rupa Goswami says in the Namashtakam that search the Vedas. If you go through all the Vedas, you're going to find that what really comes out, the very essence of it all, is the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to teach the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. He's Krishna himself, who's come to make it easy for us, to teach us the direct route to worshiping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But at the same time, because in this Kali Yuga, he's Swayam Bhagavan, Krishna himself. And that's what's being brought out in the very beginning. Kaviraj Goswami is saying, look it, you've got Krishna appearing at the same time as the Yuga avatar usually appears. Gaur Narayan will come, but now it's actually Krishna, because the time has converged, and this Kali Yuga is special. What he's distributing is Prem Nam. The name that he's distributing, the process he's distributing, it's entwined with the wreath of Prema. And so by taking the path of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that looks simple, people in China, people in, name some far out places. Iran, people in Iran, people in, of course they're pretty exalted. Cambodia. Everyone else is exalted too. South Africa. Korea. Sri Lanka. Oh, those people are fantastic in Sri Lanka. The two brahmacharis are down there. They're telling me that when they go to Sri Lanka to preach, and barely anybody's been... Hansaduta was down there. Prabhupada gave him a choice, because Prabhupada had his leaders check in with him all the time, and Hansaduta wasn't checking in. So Prabhupada got angry, and he said, so where are you, what are you doing, and everything like that. And so he said, I want you to... So, he was his spiritual master. He wanted to rein him in a little bit, and he said, you go to Sri Lanka and preach. And he's, what, Sri Lanka? There's nobody in Sri Lanka. That's because everyone wanted a big piece of the pie. If you were a big preacher, you wanted something big, so you could really make a big splash and do something nice for your spiritual master. And he said, Sri Lanka? And then so Prabhupada gave him a choice. What was it? It was that or China? Yeah, I think it was China. So he said that or China. And so, okay, I'll go to Sri Lanka. So he went to Sri Lanka. He preached there for a while. There was some nice exchanges down there. Nothing was happening for a long time after that, though. But recently, I talked to these brahmacharis who go down to Sri Lanka, and they said they go around doing book distribution and preaching, and they'll go into a bank. And as soon as they get into the bank, they start presenting the process of Krishna consciousness and the philosophy in the books, and the whole bank shuts down. This is how pious the people are. They just shut all the windows and they come over. And they, okay, teach us about Krishna consciousness. This is the mood of the people there. Okay, so Sri Lanka, Korea, Iran, where else?
Kazakhstan.
Thailand, Kazakhstan.
And
Uzbekistan. More places. New Zealand. Japan. Iceland. Everywhere you can name. So these are all places where people just don't get it, according to the Shastra. Kirata hunandra pulinda pulkasha abhira shumba yavana kasadaya. Yene chapapa yadapashraya shraya shujanti tasmai prabhavishnave nama. Shukadev Goswami says that even if people are in a place where normally they just don't get it, which means they're not in the Vedic process. In fact, if you walk around a lot of places, South India right now, nowadays, they don't expect you to follow any rules and regulations of the Varnashram or anything else, because you're a mlecha. I mean, if you are, then basically you're outside the system. You don't even count. you don't even show up on the radar until you take another birth. If their idea is if you perform all kinds of pious activities, devotional service, everything, that'll get you to a Brahminical birth, and then you can maybe start your process. But this is not the verdict of the Srimad Bhagavatam or Shukadev Goswami, who says, you baby Kirata, Hunandra, Pulinda, Pulkasha, Abhira, all these races that have nothing to do with the Varnashram, don't have a clue. They're born eating bugs or some other weird stuff. I mean, everyone's eating some weird stuff around the world. In Thailand, they have these popcorn stands, and if you go up close, it's not popcorn, it's bugs. Yeah, you want a little, forget it. That affects the consciousness, and that correlates with the kind of consciousness that cannot really appreciate the finer elements of philosophy in the Vedas. You need fine brain substance. But Shukadev Goswami says, doesn't matter. He names them all. Kirata, Hunanda, Pulinda, Pukasha, Abhira, Shumba, Yavana, Kasaraya. All these races who eat bugs, who eat snakes, who eat birds, who eat anything. Like they say that there was a saying in Hong Kong, and they'll eat anything except for the boat. Because anything is in the water. Okay, bring them out and fry it. Let's eat it. All kinds of abominable things. Anything that flies except the airplane, or except their kite, right? Or an airplane. Oh, anything in the sky except an airplane, and anything on the water except their junk, which means their boat, And anything on the land except themselves. Okay, so these are maybe that's changed. But Shukadev Goswami says, Yene chapapa yadapashra yasha yashujanti tasmai prabhavishnave namaha. Because of the power of Lord Vishnu. It's unlimitedly powerful. And that power comes through the devotees. And therefore anyone can become purified. Anyone can take to this topmost path of devotional service. And this is the mentality of the Vaishnavas. They're paradukha-dukhi. They're actually seeing, and in fact we hear from Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he writes that he's so optimistic or positively, he has a complete positive understanding of this power, and therefore he says, even within the vegetable tribes, we will spread Krishna consciousness. Vegetable tribes. And Prabhupada quotes a verse in his Srimad Bhagavatam purport to the Chaturshloki Bhagavatam, in which he says that even the worms, even a worm, if the worm connects with a pure devotee and agrees to submit, he makes his little form, submission form, says, I submit, I'm opting out of this ground life, and I'm going to become a submissive devotee, and he hands in the chit. Doesn't matter, he's a worm, he can become a pure devotee. That's the mood of the great devotees. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes and reveals this mood of a devotee. After all, this is the perfect combination. He's Krishna himself, but he's in the mood of the devotee. Because Krishna, when he comes, samaham sarvabhuteshu name dveshostina priya nabajanti tamam bhakta maite teshu chapyaham. He says that I'm equal to everybody. And he maintains this because the material world is about justice. He can't tinker with it very much, otherwise he'll be blamed. And so he leaves it to the devotees to administer mercy, because they can go beyond the boundaries of justice and actually pull people in, even against their will. But when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes, he's Krishna, but he's as a devotee. So he can distribute himself. It's the perfect combination, the perfect storm, that we have Krishna coming, but he's a devotee at the same time. And he, of course, in the esoteric writings that we'll hear more about as the day goes on, he has actually stolen the heart of Srimati Radharani, who's the greatest of all devotees. He has Radharani's, the mood of Radharani's heart. Radha Bhava Duty, Radha Bhava Duty Suvalitam. Krishna Swarupam. So he's come as Krishna, but he has the mood of the devotee, of the best devotee, of the highest of all devotees. What kind of combination is that? And therefore all these great Paramahamsas, they're realizing what's happening, that Krishna is coming in a form where you can get everything. Anarpita charim chedat karuni avatirna kalau samarpayitum unutojwala rasam subhakti shriyam. Krishna is saying, I'm just going to go and give it all to everybody in the Kali Yuga. I'll distribute myself. So it's been revealed to us in a profound way. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we have the Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada came with such eagerness because he knew what it was. He had it. You can't distribute what you don't have, but he had it, and he brought it. That's why he wanted to come over the ocean, because he knew it would work. When you have something, you know it's going to work, you really get excited about it. When you're not so convinced, and it's not working on you either, then you start thinking like, well, why should I give it out? It's just theoretical anyway. But when you have it, and it's worked on you, and you know that it works, you're positive that it works, then you really get excited about distributing it to everybody. That's what they say in sales. In sales, you have to believe in your product. So you have to use the product. Unless you use the product, how are you going to distribute the product? Well, Prabhupada used the product. He knew the product intimately, and therefore he knew what the power was. So he was so excited. How excited that when he started his program on 2nd Avenue in New York, 26 2nd Avenue, he sat down 3 days a week and he would give these Bhagavad Gita classes. And if you listen to those classes in 1966, you'll listen to his voice and listen to the tenor of his voice and how it goes high with excitement in explaining points. There's so much in him, so much excitement to distribute this knowledge that will save anybody, even a worm. What to speak of, intelligent young men and women who are coming off the street from New York. What to speak of them. He knew it would work. So he was so excited, practically he was trying to apportion it. He could only speak it 3 days a week. And as he was speaking, he was trying to contain himself. You can hear that in his voice, in his presentation, as he's speaking on 26 2nd Avenue. And it didn't matter what the environment was. It didn't matter that it started in the Bowery, in the stinky place where there were drunks everywhere. There was vomit on all the hallways because people were throwing up from this addiction to drinking alcohol. Never drink something that you can ignite. This is one of the rules of human life. And but he knew it would work. He knew it would work because it was all powerful and it was backed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And it did work. And he brought out what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had brought, which was teach people Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shika. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pran. Simple thing. Lord Chaitanya went around and taught these simple processes of devotional service. Can we have that bhajan? Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pran. 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 Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shika. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shika. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Aparada Shunna Hoye Loho Krishna Nam. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Patiyache Nam Hatta Jivera Karam. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Sharavanjan he, Sharavanjan he. Shadavanjan he, Shadavanjan he. Prabhu Ragnai by Magiye Bhikha. Prabhu Ragnai by Magiye Bhikha. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shikha. Aparada Shunya Hoye Loho Krishna Nam. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pran. Krishnera Samsara Koro Chari Anacha. Jive Doi Krishna Nam Sarva Dharma Sar. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Magnanimous Lord Nityananda has opened the marketplace of the holy name, meant for the deliverance of all fallen souls. O men of faith, O men of faith, by the order of Lord Gauranga, O brothers, I beg this one request: chant Krishna, worship Krishna, and follow Krishna's instructions. Being careful to remain free of offenses, just take the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is your mother, Krishna is your father, and Krishna is the treasure of your life. Giving up all improper behavior, carry on your worldly duties only in relation to Krishna. The showing of compassion to all fallen souls by loudly chanting the holy name of Krishna is the essence of all forms of religion. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Nadiya Godrume Nityananda Mahajan. Patiyache Nam Hatta Jivera Karam. Sharavanjan he, Sharavanjan he. Prabhu Ragnai Bhai Magiye Bika. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Koro Krishna Shika. Aparara Shunya Hoye Loho Krishna Nam. Aparat Shunya Hoye Loho Krishna Nam. Krishna Mata, Krishna Pita, Krishna Dana Pran. Krishnera Sangsara Koro Chari Anacha. Jive Doya Krishna Nam Sarva Dharma Sar. Nariya Godru Me Nityananda Mahajan. Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire. Nariya Nagare Nitai Niche Niche Gaire. Tai Neche Neche Gaire. Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Go Premanande. So the great devotees of the Lord, who are followers of Lord Chaitanya, they realize that he's come to give the ultimate gift, and they become excited about giving it out to as many people as possible. And they don't want anybody to miss it. So Prabhupada came to New York City, and he sat down 3 days a week, and he spoke the Bhagavad Gita, the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, and he also chanted the holy names of Krishna. And it had its effect. The devotees, living entities are intelligent. They're humans especially, are meant to understand these truths about God. That's why they're created. That's why it takes so long to make a human body. It incubates in the womb for so long, and then when the body comes out, the human body, it's not like a wildebeest. A wildebeest takes just a few seconds to get up and running. As soon as it comes out, and the mother wildebeest nudges it, the baby wildebeest, as soon as it gets out, it wants to nurse. And the mother starts nudging and said, not yet, not yet. You got to get your legs going because the lions are going to come and you'll be eaten. And pretty soon the wildebeest, just after a few hours, a few days, it's up and running. And pretty soon it can go out on its own. Human being takes a lot of fine-tuning. 16 years, 18, 20, 32. But it's all meant to Partivad Dharano Dumas Tasmanagnis Tarimayaha Tamasastura just Tasmat Sapfam Yad Brahmadarshanam. It's meant for this culture of higher sentiments, higher intelligence in the mode of goodness, specifically so that one can understand the truth about God. That's the whole purpose. And therefore, when Prabhupada sat down and he spoke Bhagavad Gita 3 nights a week, that was Wednesday and Saturday. Was it Saturday? Okay. Wednesday and Sunday. And what was the third day of the week? I forget, but anyway, 3 days of the week that he spoke the Bhagavad Gita. And then he taught the chanting of Hare Krishna. And one thing after another, because of the power of the holy name and Prabhupada's desire, things started to come together. And you can see how that culture of higher consciousness going to the mode of goodness worked. You can watch, read the histories of how the devotees who came in contact with Prabhupada gradually gave up bad habits and took to the process of devotional service very sincerely. And Prabhupada kept going. He had very few resources, very small resources in the beginning, but gradually Krishna sent more and more, and he didn't waste a second. He utilized it all to bring out the highest possible understanding for the world. And it's here in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And we're hearing about it here on this day of Gaura Purnima, because he's revealing the most secret aspects of the Vedas. It's never been done before like this. It was never done in the West. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur sent a few devotees to England and some to Burma. And the devotees went to England, spent some time there speaking with aristocracy and meeting with them. Some of them were interested, especially Lord Zetland. Other pronounced Lord Jetland. And he had some appreciation for Indian culture. He had lived in India. And he liked the Gaudiya Mat mission and appreciated it. He appreciated, they had some soirees, they had some, a few people who listened and so forth. It didn't take root at that time. They brought one book with them. But when Prabhupada came to America, step by step through the power of chanting the holy name, he started on the opposite end of the society, started on a lower end. And by the power of the holy name and the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, gradually devotees began to wake up and understand the philosophy. And then Prabhupada dedicated his whole time to making sure the foundation was laid so that devotees would be supported in their quest to go back to Godhead, and they would also be able to distribute it to other people all over the world. He left a framework and told us to fill it in. And one of the foundational points of that framework are these literatures that give a clear explanation of who God is and what his heart is and exactly how to reach him. So that's what's in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's been revealed to us in a very profound way. These kinds of things in other ages might have been more difficult because only certain classes of people had books. Only certain people were allowed to read books. Even in Christian culture, not everyone got to read the Bible. At a certain point, there was the mass distribution of the Bible and so forth. And in Kali Yuga, people are most unfortunate, most unqualified, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes miraculously and gives this highest knowledge and a process that we can take to understand the highest knowledge. And we're continuing in the reading in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And we're also going to look into the Srimad Bhagavatam to find out how it is that Krishna Chaitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because Kaviraj Goswami says, when you understand that conclusively, then you'll be able to dedicate yourself fully. Because we go with our heart. Whatever we actually believe in our heart, we vote with our feet. And we'll say, this is what I believe in. Like if I still believe there's happiness in the material world through sense gratification, welcome Shruti Hare Krishna. Haribol. If I believe that there's happiness in the material world, then I will go out and look for it and root around to try to find it. And if I believe that there's my only real prospect is in Goloka Vrindavan, then and that's what's in my heart, then I'll aim for that. And Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita very liberally, he says, Yanti Deva Vrita Devan Pitrin Yanti Pratir Vrita Bhutani Yanti Bhuteja Yanti Mam Yajinopi Mam. That you get what you're after. Because you're actually powerful. You have desires, you have some independence, and Krishna says you can get what you want and deserve. You have to have that too. But as Hridayananda Maharaj often says, Krishna is not a religious fanatic. He's just telling you what's available and saying if you want to go to higher planets, you can do that. But he's not recommending it. He's saying very clearly in the Gita, that's for less intelligent people. You'll use up your frequent flyer miles there, and then they'll kick you out, and you'll end up back in coach, in the very back, and you have to start over again. Shinye punye martya lokam vishanti evam tvai dharmam anuprapana gada kata kama labante. You go up there and you enjoy a little while, you use up all your punya, and then you get kicked out. You have to start over again in the whole cycle. Not very good. Better get it fixed. And so, and you can go to hell also. It's possible. And you can attain all kinds of bodies in the material world. So one has to know what the goal is and have that firmly in one's heart. This is Shraddha. And therefore the author of Chaitanya Charitamrita says, Siddhanta Bolya Chittana Kara Alash. Don't be lazy. Don't be inattentive. Be fully attentive. Alash. Shamalangi, what does alash mean in Bengali? Laziness. Alash. Don't be alash. He says, Siddhanta Bolya Chittana Kara Alash. When thinking about Siddhanta, be alacritous. What does alacritous mean? Alacrity?
Be very cheerful and alert.
Cheerful, alert, and very sharp and... can you look it up, please? Alacrity. You should have alacrity when going after the absolute truth. Etavan eva jignasam tattva jignasanatmanaha anvaya vyatarekabhyam yatsyat sarvata sarvada. This is what Krishna told Brahma. It's searching for the absolute truth. You should search for it in all times, in all places, in all circumstances. Yatsyat sarvata sarvada. Everywhere. Don't leave any stone unturned. And that's what Kaviraj Goswami says. Siddhanta, you're coming right back? But you're coming right back? After work? Please. We're missing you too much. You can't do this to us, you know. Not so much gap. Please. Hare Krishna. Yes. Give her the microphone. It's right there.
Yeah, so Merriam-Webster Dictionary, promptness in response, cheerful readiness.
Cheerful readiness. Okay, everyone, let's try it. Are you ready? Yeah. Cheerful readiness. That's good. Yeah, you have to search after the absolute truth with cheerful readiness, alacrity. You got something too? Give her the mic.
It says cheerful willingness and speed or quickness, celerity.
Yeah, you can tell when someone's alacritous. They're in there. They're looking for it. And so that comes. Siddhanta Bolya Chitta Na Kara Alash. If you're lazy and you don't care about the absolute truth, and you don't care about Siddhanta, you're sloppy. Don't be sloppy. What happens when you're sloppy, or worse than sloppy, is when you're ill-motivated. Now that's really bad. But then you get apasampradayas. There have been many apasampradayas. The sampradaya is based on siddhanta. You understand what is the tradition. There's a tradition. It's passed down. You don't change that. And you also have to know what is the shastra that backs it up. Shastra vinamutstrija vartate kamakarata nasa siddhim avapnoti nasukam na paramkati. You don't get happiness, you don't get the supreme destination if you don't follow the shastra. You have to follow shastra. And therefore, if you're going to manage, if you're going to run a family, if you're going to run an organization, a society, you have to run it by shastra. You have to be careful that you're following shastra. Even if you don't have it completely defined yet, you have to keep churning it and looking for it. You can't just say, it's close enough. That's not siddhanta. Close enough is not siddhanta. Siddhanta means what something is and what it isn't also. You get the Purva Paksha. You find this in the Vedanta Sutra. Vyasadeva will say, he'll posit a Vedic aphorism, and then he'll make the argument against it. And then he'll defeat the argument. You have to do that with yourself also. You have to come to siddhanta. That's why preaching is so important. When you go out and you distribute books, for instance, you'll go to the door and people say, I don't believe in this. I'm something else. Pick a blank, fill it in. Everyone's something. This is what I think I am. And then you have to deliver it to them. You have to convince them. How? You have to know what is the absolute truth. Otherwise, why would you bother? If you weren't convinced that you have something better, we really go because we're trying to convince people. We're really saying, it's in a way, it's a little arrogant. We're saying, we got something better than what you're doing in there. Y'all's wasting your time, And we're saying, we got something better. But you got to know it's better. If you don't know it's better, how are you going to preach? You won't have any potency. You'll look in there and go, yeah, that's not so bad. They got the game going on in there. Don't I want to watch the game instead? Some kind of intoxication, inebriation. That's the material world. It's all about inebriation. How to get cozy. That's what intoxication is. Look up cozy. There was an advertisement for this malt liquor. Malt liquor's for intoxication. And the caption says, it says at the bottom, it says, get you cozy. That's what everyone wants in the material world. Instead of tapasya, that's the opposite of tapasya, coziness. You got coziness on one side, caused by inebriation, which is, when you wake up from it, you're going to be cut from head to toe and suffer like a wounded dog, as my friend Ruchi used to say.
Cozy means snug and comfortable, warm.
Snug, comfortable, warm. See, everyone wants to be snug, comfortable, warm in the material world.
And it says, marked by friendly intimacy, informal, marked by close association for devious purposes.
For devious purposes. When people get intoxicated, they go up to everyone, hey, man, I love you, Get you cozy. You don't care. And temporarily you think everyone's your friend. And then you wake up in jail. And you find out you broke the law and you ran over somebody's dog and you're going to pay for it. That's inebriation in the material world. You lose the subtlety of thought and discrimination. But through tapasya you become sharp. And then when you perform tapasya, following the four regulative principles, you're able to study siddhanta. That's why there's brahmacharya for studying the Vedas. Because you got to be sharp. You got to be alacritous. You got to be cheerfully alert. That you want to sit in close and you want to listen. You want to get the finer points. It's important to you. You want to get the finer points because siddhanta balya chitta na kara lash iha hoite Krishna lagi sudrid manash. Your mind. It's all about the mind. Unless your mind is fully convinced and your heart's convinced and your mind is locked onto what your heart's purpose is, unless you know the Siddhanta, unless you've studied it carefully and you believe it, Sudrid Manash. Sudrid means that you're firmly fixed. And that's the author then says, this is how I've come to know Lord Chaitanya and to worship Lord Chaitanya without any deviation. A lot of people don't know who Lord Chaitanya is. A lot of people from, even from India. Of course, a lot of people in America know who he is now. But they don't know, they haven't studied, they haven't read Chaitanya Charitamrita. You have to know why God comes in a certain way. What is his mood? What was his purpose for coming? It has to make sense to you also. Otherwise you won't believe it. Therefore you have to practice also. And therefore you get revelation through practice. So you hear the Siddhanta, you study it carefully, and you practice, and then you get realized knowledge. Where does it say that? In the first canto, second chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, that one comes to this point of realized knowledge. Evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogata bhagavad tattva vijnana mukta sangasya jayate. Bhagavad tattva vijnana means that you get the tattva through full realization. Through full realization, you get it for yourself. So that's the purpose of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So we can develop this kind of love of God. Yes, you can do it just by chanting Hare Krishna. But there's a science behind it. As my friend Sankirtan Yagya Prabhu in Washington, D.C., he's always full of sayings, but he always says, you got to walk your science. Got to walk your science. No, he said, you got to walk with science. Got to walk with science. You got to know where you're going, why you're going there, and so forth. And even the chanting of Hare Krishna, Jiva Goswami says in his Bhagavat Sandarbha that, yes, it's sufficient for everything, but how are you going to do that? People sometimes say, well, just chant Hare Krishna. Whatever happened to just chant Hare Krishna? All right, go ahead. Just chant Hare Krishna. Let's see you. What are you going to do? Can you sit down for 5 minutes and chant Hare Krishna? Can you take time off to chant Hare Krishna, or are you too busy? I'll do it next year. Next year never comes, and then you die, and then you start over, and you have to become sharp, alacritous, and and you have to get the science. Siddhanta bolya chitta. Your consciousness has to be fixed in Siddhanta and understand, and you know for certain Lord Chaitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and you understand what he's offering. That's another thing. You know what's in it for you, because that's what everyone wants. They want to know what's in it for me. That's the radio station everyone's tuned into, the WIIFM. Welcome to WIIFM. It's the radio station of what's in it for me. That's what everyone wants to know. So what's in it for you? Everything. Lord Chaitanya is Krishna. And when Krishna comes, Swayam Bhagavan, all the avatars, everything. Everything's there. You don't have to worry about a thing. You'll get whatever you want. Abhishtadoham, your heart's desire will be fulfilled. You'll get the highest thing, the best thing. And then you become very enthusiastic for taking it yourself. You can't waste a second. You realize it's so valuable. And you also want to give it to others, because that's the nature of joy. It wants to distribute itself and give it to other people. When you're happy, actually really happy, you have to share it. It's a shared thing. It's not monistic. You don't just sit there. But you give it out. It overflows. So Siddhanta Bolya Chitta Nakara Alash Iha Haite Krishna Lagi Sudrid Manash. You become anchored by this knowledge, this Siddhanta. So it's important to read Chaitanya Charitamrita and to understand what is Lord Chaitanya's purpose of coming to this world, and what did he teach, and that it's not just some regular association. It's the most esoteric meanings are coming out of all the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we're continuing. We started reading last week by telephone conference, and we've gotten up to the second chapter of the Adi Leela, which is called Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So it's Adi Leela, chapter 2, text number 3. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Can you get that? Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Tahan Vistarita Hoya Pale Prema Pal. Ihan Mali Sheche Nitya Shravanadi Jal. Ihan Mali Sheche Nitya Shravanadi Jal. Okay, give the microphone to Shyamalungi and she'll tell you the meaning of that verse. Because she heard it the other night when we gave a program over it. She did hear it. She was watching online. And she was bitten by the snake of the verse, the hook. She caught her. She got the earworm. And she can't get it out. So now she's going to explain the meaning because it's stuck in her head.
So it's like Jahan Bistarito Han Phale Prema Fal. So like the creeper of bhakti.
Hold that just a little closer.
The creeper of bhakti, it expands by regular hearing and chanting. It's similar. It's just like how a gardener, like Ihan Mali, the same way as a gardener, when he pours water to like a tender seedling. How this it grows up and expands. Similarly, the creeper of bhakti, it expands, and it, even if we are in the material world, it can reach the spiritual world just by expanding.
Very nice. Ihan means in this world. Ihan Mali, the gardener. I love the name Mali. Ihan Mali. Sheche means to sprinkle. Nitya, regularly. Shravanadi Jal, the water of hearing and chanting. And so there's a way in this verse is describing also a dual citizenship that we get. And this is a fact. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explains how you can live in this world apparently, but be in the spiritual world at the same time. And we can see this in the pastime of Vidura approaching Uddhava. When Vidura approaches Uddhava, and we find this in the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and he asks him about Krishna's pastimes. Uddhava goes into a kind of a trance, devotional trance, and then he has to shake himself out of it, and Prabhupada explains how he's actually living in the spiritual world with Krishna in his pastimes. And in order to speak the pastimes, now he has to wrest himself away from that plane and come back to this plane. So he's living, he's on life support practically. In fact, it's described in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. He in Puri, in his later pastimes, he was so absorbed in love for Krishna that his body practically was just going on automatically, like a potter's wheel. A potter's wheel, you just start it and it goes around and around and around. And so similarly, a person fully absorbed in Krishna, naiva kinchit karomiti yuktomanyete tattvavid, pashan shinvan svishan jigran, ashnan gachan swapan shwasan, pralapan vishyanan grinnan, unmishan nimishan napi, indriyan indriyarteshu, vartanta ititarayan. They're so fully absorbed in this higher consciousness and love for God that their body, they just see it as going on automatically. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so absorbed in love for Krishna that like a potter's wheel, it just goes around and around and around all his daily activities of eating and sleeping and moving around and breathing and all that, he was barely aware of it. It just happened. It was just like we were on life support practically because he was so absorbed in Krishna consciousness. And so, Tahan vistarita hoya pale prema pal ihan male shechi nitya shrava nadi jal. When the gardener, if you're a good gardener, Lord Chaitanya says you water that seed with this water of hearing and chanting, and it's a miracle. It just grows. I mean, seeds are miracles. Just look at it sometime. Take a seed and hold it in your hand and just look at it for a little while. We take things for granted in this world. In fact, Prabhupada used to talk about the inconceivable nature of the material world. That we think, oh, material world's all explainable. No, it's not. You can't explain it. They think through, is Vrindavan Priya in here? Okay, good. You can't explain it? No. He studied physics. He knows all these things that, in physics they try to explain everything through one mathematical formula. So some formula, this will explain everything. And then consciousness comes along also. And because they can't explain it, they just say, that's nothing. We'll talk about that some other time. Don't even try to explain it. It's just some other kind of matter. But we can't define it right now. We'll talk about it in about 10,000 years from now. Try to explain it. But everything in the material nature is inexplicable practically. I remember when I was in grammar school, they showed us a movie about photosynthesis. I always remember this because I started thinking, there's some kind of scam going on here. Because they're showing me this movie and big scientists in a lab coat and explaining what photosynthesis was. And then they had a cartoon and it showed these little characters, taking the light energy from the sun, and it's how it goes through the cells in the plant and it transforms. And they said, but now it comes to a part that nobody can understand. And then the little cartoon characters, they pulled a blind down so that you couldn't see what was going on. And that was the explanation, that this part's mysterious. We can't understand it. And it's like, wait a minute. What's the use of this whole thing? You can't tell. You're telling me you showed me this whole movie. You got me down here to school and everything. Parents kicked me out of the house, said go to school, and I'm watching this thing, and you can't explain it? You're right. You can't explain it. The material nature is inconceivable. Prabhupada would talk about this with Bhakti Swarup Damodar Maharaj, how inconceivable how you get one seed is a lemon seed and another seed is a pomegranate seed, and they grow a completely different plant. And then they produce all these byproducts, lemon juice, pomegranate juice, and then enough seeds to grow more pomegranates and more lemons and so forth. So look at one little seed, practically inconceivable. And it grows into something that is remarkable. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, when you get the seed of bhakti in your heart by the association of a pure devotee, it awakens in you that desire. Your labdha buddhi, your desire to go back to Godhead is awakened. And then you water it with the hearing and chanting process. And you keep watering. And the roots go down, and then the plant comes up, and then the creeper grows, and it'll actually grow outside the material world, even while you're still here going to Intel or Oracle and driving down the 101 freeway. But you'll be able to live dual citizenship in the spiritual world. And that verse is so encouraging because it's a simple process to take care of a plant. You just have to water it and care for it, tend it, take out the weeds and so forth. So here starts the second chapter, Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Sri Nityananda. All glories to Advaita Chandra, and all glories to the devotees of Lord Gauranga. Tritiya Shlokera Arto Kari Bibarano Bashtu Nirdesh Rup Mangala Charano. Let me describe the meaning of the third verse of the first 14. It is an auspicious vibration that describes the absolute truth. So auspicious vibration means Mangala. Where's vibration? Tritiya shlokera arto kori bibaran. He's going to give a description, Vashtu, of the Absolute Truth, nirdesh rupa, in the form of delineation. Mangala acharana. Why is that described auspicious vibration? Mangala acharana. Huh? Last word, acharan, conduct. Anyway, the auspicious vibration, that's what we're after, because just by the vibration itself we become knowledgeable, realized, and purified. So text number 5. Yada dvaitam brahmo panishari tarapyasya tanubha ya atmantaryami purusha iti sosham savibhavaha Shat Aishvaryai Purno Ya Iha Bhagavan Swayamayam The Chaitanyat Krishna's Jagati Paratattvam Paramiha. What the Upanishads describe as the impersonal Brahman is but the effulgence of his body, and the Lord known as the Supersoul is but his localized plenary portion. Lord Chaitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself, full with 6 opulences. He is the absolute truth, and no other truth is greater than or equal to him. Better get Ujjwala Varna ready. I feel it coming on. Purport. The compilers of the Upanishads speak very highly of the impersonal Brahman. The Upanishads, which are considered the most elevated portion of the Vedic literatures, are meant for persons who desire to get free from material association and who therefore approach a bona fide spiritual master for enlightenment. The prefix upa indicates that one must receive knowledge about the absolute truth from a spiritual master. One who has faith in his spiritual master actually receives transcendental instruction, and as his attachment for material life slackens, he is able to advance on the spiritual path. Knowledge of the transcendental science of the Upanishads can free one from the entanglement of existence in the material world. And when thus liberated, one can be elevated to the spiritual kingdom of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by advancement in spiritual life. There's so much in that first paragraph. We could be here all day. I think we will. So let's talk about it. What's in this first paragraph? First of all, the Upanishads, as Prabhupada says, the Gyanis, they highly value the impersonal Brahman. And for that, they worship the Upanishads, because this is the first section of the Vedas that are transcendental, and they give knowledge that there's a difference between the matter and the spirit, and that we're not of this world. This is the preliminary basic teaching of the Upanishads. So that's one thing. And in the Padyavali, there's a verse that says, Shutam apyo panishadam, that dure harikatam ritad, yanna santi devachchita, that the Upanishads, the Upanishadic verses, are very far away from the nectar of Krishna Katha. And that they don't melt the heart. Yanna santi dravachchitta. Chitta means the heart, and drav means to melt. Dure harikatamrita. Dure means far away. Harikatamrita means the nectar of Harikatha. So it says the Upanishads are very far away from this nectar of Krishna Katha that actually melts the heart. So the impersonalists who have an aversion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead and who prefer the impersonal conception tend to hover over the Upanishads and so forth. And another point that's made in this purport, in this first paragraph, is that Upanishad, interestingly, means, upa means to come closer. It means to sit up close. It means after you're done with all the rituals in the Vedas, that you've tried everything else to adjust your life. And that's what the Karmakanda section of the Vedas is about, elevation to a more comfortable situation. Get you cozy. Try to get cozy in the material world, and then you finally figure out, I'm not getting to get cozy here. There's nothing cozy about this place. And then you decide, I want to get out altogether, and so then you sit up close, Upanishad, to hear the knowledge about how you're transcendent. You're beyond this material nature altogether. What are a couple verses from the Bhagavad Gita, which is the Gita-upanishad, which say that we're not part of this material world? Belt it out there.
In the 8th chapter, Krishna talks about parastasmatu bhavonyo vyakto vyaktat sanatana yasa sarvesu bhutesu nasyatsu na vinasyati. Yeah, Krishna talks about yet there is another manifestation which is eternal. The parastasmat bhavonyo vyakto, that is unmanifested. Avyaktat sanatana, that is eternal and that is unmanifested. And once you reach there, yasa sarvesu bhutesu nasyatsu na vinasyati. I will read. Yet there is another unmanifested nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is.
Okay. But it doesn't say we're part of that nature, does it? But that's something. Another verse that says the soul, we are not part of the material nature. We're different. Microphone.
Mame vansho jivloke jiva bhuta sanatana manasasyani indrani prakriti sthani karishyati. Krishna says that living entities in this material world are my part and parcel, but they are struggling hard with the six senses, which includes the mind. Mamai vamsho jivaloke jiva bhuta sanatana.
So it describes them as sanatana. So that's pretty close. Huh? Try it. Well, how about the 7th chapter? Are you recommending first do bhumarapo nalovayu kammano bhudarevacha ahankara ityame bina prakritirashita? First, Krishna lays out there what's all the material nature. It's all my separated energy. Then he says, aparayam itastvanyam prakritim vidime param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam daryate jagat. So he definitely says it there. That here's the material nature, and you're not part of it. You're something else. You're superior energy, superior nature. So the Upanishads begin to explain to us that we're actually superior nature. That's a big deal. To find out that I'm not part of the destructible material world. I don't die. I remember the first time I read that in the Bhagavad Gita in the 2nd chapter. I was ready to skip and dance. I couldn't believe it. Someone actually came out and said it. You're not going to die, in such a clear way, and so many verses in a row said you can't be cut, you can't be burned, you can't be dried. And I was like, woohoo! I'm eternal. That's big news. That's what the Upanishad brings out. You're not going to die. You have nothing to do with this world at all. That's big news. We should go tell everybody, because there's a kind of moroseness that hangs over the material world, because everyone thinks, yeah, but I'm going to die, and I'm going to lose all my stuff. And no matter how much they have, they think, yeah, but I'm going to die, and I'm going to lose all my stuff. That's really a cause for moroseness. But Brahma Bhuta Prasanatma Nashochati Nakangshati Samak Sarveshu Bhuteshu Mad Bhaktim Labate Param. When one becomes transcendental to the conception that I am matter and understands I'm Brahma Bhuta, I'm on a higher platform. I belong to a different category altogether. I got nothing to do with the material world at all. Nothing. No more responsibility for the material world. Only responsibility for Krishna consciousness. It gives you cause for elation, right? Yes.
Shri Bhagavanavacha 255. Prajahati yada kaman sarvan partamanogatan atmanye vatmana tushnaha shtita pragyastadujate. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all the varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness.
Nice. So in many different ways throughout the Bhagavad Gita, the Gita Upanishad, Krishna is explaining to us how you're not the body. You're actually spiritual. And then this purport says, after you come to this understanding, mad bhaktim labate param. Bhagavad Gita says that now you can enter into the next phase. You're transcendental, now you can enter into the next. What is that bhakti? Now what do I do? In some schools of thought, they say, okay, you become nothing. And you negate everything. But even that thought that I'm going to negate everything, that's something. So you can't get away from it. And you have to have a refuge, a place to go. Otherwise, yene ravindaksha vimuktamaninas tvayastabhavad avashudha budaya aruya krishnena parampadam tata patantyato nadrita yushmarangraya. The demigods praying to Lord Krishna in the womb said that unless somebody has revived their relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then whatever platform of perfection they think they've achieved is imperfect, and eventually they'll fall down from it because it's not satisfying. They didn't get the abhishtadoham. So, three parts of this purport, this first paragraph, after coming to this realization that I'm not part of this world, now what are you going to do? That's what Chaitanya Charitamrita is all about. Now here's what you're going to, here are the activities in transcendence. This is what Chaitanya Charitamrita means. It's actually the life's activities when you're liberated. And what do you do? How do you speak? How do you walk? Arjuna wanted to know that. This was part of the what we just heard from this verse. Prajahati yada kaman. What is the perfectional stage of consciousness? What does a person do? How does he speak? How does he walk? How does he act when he's stita prajna and in pure transcendental consciousness? And it's answered in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is how the devotees work and act. And so Prabhupada says here that you have to then endeavor for the spiritual kingdom. And we hear about that in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, Na rupamasyeha tato palabhyate nanto nacharir achasampratishta ashvatamenam suvarudamulam asanga shastrena dridhena chitva tatapadam tatparimargitavyam yasmin gatana nirvartanti bhuya tameva chadyam purusham prapadye yatak pravriti prashita purani. So he says, first you have to cut down this tree of material existence. You're entangled in the tree. Narupamasyeha tato palabhyate. You can't see its form. You can't see how far it goes. You can't see how you got into it in the first place. Sound familiar? Or is it just me? Yeah, you're lost. Totally lost. Mayota? Miyota. Lost is in Japanese? Miyoko? Miyoko. You're lost in the tree and you can't see the end. And then Krishna says, Asanga shastrena dritena chitva. With great determination, you have to cut down the tree. With the weapon of detachment. The weapon of detachment, you have to, asanga. And knowledge is important because asango hyayam purushaha. You don't have anything to do with it in the first place, in the material world. That's a revelation that my only connection to this material world is my own attachment. I'm connected to this material world as much as I'm attached to it. Other than that, I have nothing to do with it. Asango kyayam purushaha. I don't belong here. Different energy. Wrong turn. And so, Krishna says, Asanga shastrena dridena chitva. Cut it down. Cut the tree down. But you don't just cut it down and leave it. You can't stay there in its suspended animation. You can't just stay in the Brahman. Then he says, Tata padam tat parimargitavyam. There's some place to go. That place. You have to go. You have to find that place and that person who's there. Tatat padam tat parimargitavyam yasmin kata na nirvartanti bhuya tameva chadyam purusham prapadye. You have to surrender. So there's a way in which you have to hand in your submission slip. You have to fill it out. Say, I opt out of the material world. You cut it down. This is your Asanga Shastrena. Get your form today. You're opting out of the material world. I opt out. Make your little checkbox and send it into the government and the demigods and everybody else. Say, I'm out. I quit. I'm out. I'm opting out. I want nothing to do with it anymore. Asanga Shastrena Dridena Chidva. But then, Tatapatam Tat Parimargitavyan. You got somewhere to go now. Now you're free. You can shake it off. You can shake off the dross of the material world, and now you have an activity. It's submission. It's surrender. Prapadye. There are 6 limbs of surrender, and you apply yourself in that in the life of devotional service, the path of Sharanagati, the joyful path of Sharanagati, all the different ways of surrender to Krishna, which include the joyful process of singing and dancing and distributing and giving. And all these are part of the active life of surrender, which is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the life of the Panchatattva, and how they distributed Krishna consciousness. So the path is clear, and once the path is clear, you can go. You're free to go, and that's what we're giving people, the freedom to go. Otherwise, they don't know where to go. They're getting information from CNN, and it's confusing because all it's saying is that you're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die, and everyone else is dying around you, and they're wringing their hands. They're wringing their hands. It's dire, it's dire, it's dire. There are poets that write about cancer in all kinds of precise, and about, when there's a poet, famous poet, and he has blood cancer, and he's dying, and he writes these beautiful poems, but they're all about how, the agony of dying. In fact, I heard him speak, and there's a famous poem that says that death is the mother of beauty. And the interviewer asked him, what do you think about that line of poetry, death is the mother of beauty? Which means that, once you know you're dying, then you start to see things in a different way. He said, I think it's a bunch of, He said, because I don't want to lose my family, and I'm in agony dying like this. Because ultimately there's no knowledge. Death is the mother of beauty. Maybe for somebody who's already chalked out their path. They know where they're going and what the exit route is. They're already on it. Otherwise, it's a confusing situation. Very difficult to die because at that time there are a lot of subtle attachments that one has to give up. Oftentimes the person needs encouragement. You can go now. You can go. And if you've ever been around somebody who's leaving their body, you see it's a jumping off point. It's not even easy to go on a trip, is it? Speak of leaving your body. You have to leave your house, go on a weekend trip. What am I going to take? The Blue Sox or the Red Sox? I can't decide. That's nothing compared to, you're leaving your body now. You ready? Go. It's like, what? What about all my stuff? Shraddha?
Maharaj, I was just going to augment that recently I had to change the laptop in my office, and it was as bad as death, trying to move from one, you had to carry, you had to back up, and then you had to restore, get all kinds of software.
It's traumatic. Horrible. Moving is traumatic. Utkramantam stitam vapi bunjanam vagunam vitam. Vimunanana pashyanti gyanachakshusha. If you don't know what's happening, it's very confusing, very bewildering, very difficult situation. And even if you do know what's happening, I mean, it can be trying.
Yeah, like 5-6 weeks ago, somebody broke my car window and took my laptop.
Oh,
and
no.
It contains not only my laptop, it has so many treasures I had, something which you gave it to me as well, but that's the worst part. But anyway, the moment it happened within 2 minutes. I went to the CVS and somebody, took it off, and I came back. For like 2 minutes, I just was really, how it could happen to me. I have been very, cautious all the time. I always keep the things, close to me, and then I always keep that bag, like which has been with for 10 years, all treasures inside, But then, after like 2 or 3 minutes, I started realizing, oh my God, this is what it is. You can't control anything in this world. And then slowly, my, anxiety and everything what I lost, okay, you know what? That's what it is, so. It just happened the way, but it's, sometimes things which are so close to you, you keep close to it, but you still just cannot hold of it forever. So I don't know how to retrieve that stuff, but I was not bothered about the laptop. I was not bothered about the bag, but there were a few things which was more precious, which I lost, was, painful. So.
Yeah. It's painful. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it says that a person who's elevated in love of God feels the separation from Krishna the way that a materialistic person feels when he or she loses a valuable jewel. Like you have a family heirloom and then you lose it, and then there's like, where is it? You start to like search everywhere for it, and you can't stop thinking about it. I lost my wedding ring. Sorry, Nirkul, I had to bring it up in this. I was in Japan, and we were on Harinam in Tokyo. And I was playing the drum for so long, my hands swole up a little bit. And so when I put it back on my finger, I put it on one of the smaller fingers so it would fit. And then I was walking to the van to go to the next place, and it must have fallen off in the streets of Tokyo. And that's the biggest city in the world. Not going to find anything there. But I remember afterwards, I was looking all over the van and just in this state of like, where is it? Where is it? Then you finally have to let it go. But what to speak of letting go of your body and all the things that you think you have? It's a big deal. So it takes a lot of practice. And Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Antakali chamameva smaran mukva kalevaram ya smarati ya prati tuma. I'm sorry. Let's start over. Antakali chamameva smaran mukva kalevaram ya prayati samadbhavam yati nashyatra shamshayaha. That without a doubt, if you remember me at the time of death, that's what you're practiced in, thinking of me, and you're always sorry when you can't see Krishna, be with Krishna. That's the kind of hankering that you have. That's the thing that you're always thinking about, the object of your affection. Then, at the time of death, he says, you attain me. That's what you get. Otherwise, you have to come back for all these other little things that you left behind. Don't leave them behind. So die to live. Die to live. Maranam before smaranam. It means you have to die before you can actually remember Krishna. You have to become fixed in this, conception that I'm the servant of Krishna and my real wealth is Krishna. We just heard that Krishna Dana Pran. We sing it over and over again, but what does it mean? That Krishna Dana Pran, that he's the treasure of my life. The treasure of my life. And this is the advanced stage of devotional service that one comes through by hearing and chanting, by getting the mercy of the devotees, by serving the great devotees. Shushu Shoshadadhanasya Vasudeva Kataruchi Syan Mahat Sevayavi Prapunya Tirtana Shevana. You gain affinity. Let's hear again what affinity means, because it's so nice. Affinity. You gain affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. What do I have affinity for in the material world? What do I have affinity for? iPhone. So attached to it. Where's my iPhone? So, where's my, I have an affinity for the iPhone. What else do we have attachment for in the material world?
Car.
For what? Car. Children. Anything else? Body? Fame. Money. Let's hear what affinity means, and we'll see if it matches up. What else? Facebook. Affinity for Facebook. Yeah, there's so many things you can have affinity for. Let's hear what affinity means.
Affinity, a natural personal attraction, relationship by marriage, an inherent similarity between things, a relationship or resemblance between biological species that implies a common origin. And then it's a chemical force attraction that causes atoms of certain elements to combine.
And where does it come from?
It comes from the Latin word of affinitas and affinis, related by marriage. And
related by marriage. How interesting. And so you feel a kinship for these things. I'm American. I put an American flag up and I say, these colors don't run. They have this is a saying in America, so I'm so proud to be an American. I put it up, these colors don't run. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was talking to some of these nationalists, and he's saying, you're so absorbed in fighting the enemy that what's going to happen is you're going to die and take birth as one of the enemy. Think about that. And they said, okay, we're out of here. They met their match. They came in to try to recruit his men and say, why aren't you joining the national cause? He said, what cause are you part of? That minuscule little petty cause you're part of. You're going to fight against those guys and you're going to take birth as one of them. So what is that? So we have affinity. We connect ourselves. We think, this is my kith and kin. I'm an American. I become fully absorbed in that. But we can gain an affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva, an actual affinity. How? Shru shru shro shradadhana sya Vasudeva kata ruchi syan mahat sevaya vipra punya tirtana sheva. Where's the secret in that verse of how to get an affinity? Syan mahat sevaya. To the mahat. To the mahat. Mahat sevam dwaram ahurva muktes tamo dwaram yoshitam sangi sangam. Lord Rishabhadeva says, by serving the Mahatmas, there's chairs. Shoot today. Somebody please get Shoot a chair. And by serving the great souls, one gains an affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. And if you have that, an actual affinity for hearing about Krishna, then you reach the perfection of life. That's what we have to have. And this is what tatatpatam tat parimargitam yat yasmin gata na nirvartanti bhuya tameva chadyam purusham prapadye yatak pravriti prashrita parani. After you chop down the tree, you have to vigorously, alacritously, does that work? Search out that source from which everything has come, and there surrender to that supreme person. He's there, the supreme person who's behind everything, who not causes the movement of every blade of grass. Not a blade of grass moves without his sanction. We've got more.
There's a better definition. It says, joined by kinship or affinity, beholden and bound. And it's closely related.
Closely related, bound together. We become bound to those things we're attached to. So we have to become attached to Krishna. I'm just going to read the paragraph one more time, and then we'll just have a little discussion. The compilers of the Upanishads speak very highly of the impersonal Brahman. The Upanishads, which are considered the most elevated portion of the Vedic literatures, are meant for persons who desire to get free from material association and who therefore approach a bona fide spiritual master for enlightenment. The prefix upa indicates that one must receive knowledge about the absolute truth from a spiritual master. One who has faith in his spiritual master actually receives transcendental instruction, and as his attachment for material life slackens, he is able to advance on the spiritual path. Knowledge of the transcendental science of the Upanishads can free one from the entanglement of existence in the material world, and when thus liberated, one can be elevated to the spiritual kingdom of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by advancement in spiritual life. What did we miss in that paragraph so far? That one gets knowledge from the spiritual master.
One who has faith in the spiritual master receives his instruction.
One who has faith in the spiritual master can receive instruction. How does that work?
Service.
How? How does it work when you serve somebody that you get knowledge? You got to use the microphone. Otherwise, you're not beating on the Brihat Madanga.
When you serve them, you please them. And when you please the great souls, then they automatically transfer their knowledge to you. But then along with that, you also...
What is that automatic? How is it automatic that they transfer to you?
Sure.
Well, give personal experience.
For me, I find that when we are attracted to a spiritual master and we choose to surrender and take shelter, I find that when I read the messages, when I listen to the lectures, I find in them a personal relevance. I find the messages very applicable to my life. The situation I'm in, or the condition I'm in, the thoughts that I have, the doubts that I have, I find that when I sit in the lecture, I will find my answer. Or when I get my Shravana Jal, it'll be right there. And somewhere in those sentences, I will hear a sentence that speaks to me. And I cannot say it doesn't speak to me. It will be very clear to me that that message was sent to me. Whether my Guru Maharaj meant it for me, whether it was meant to come to me, that was Krishna, right in between. But it comes to me.
That's interesting. Nice. Personal realizations are powerful. Very good. Thank you. Were you going to say more about service?
When you serve a great soul or Mahatma, through your service, you melt their heart, and all the knowledge automatically comes to you.
There you go. Okay. So she said that when you serve a great soul, you melt their heart, and whatever is in their heart runs out to you. That's nice. Okay, Damodar, and then Hansapriya, who came all the way out from the kitchen. And then Yashoda Kumar.
So we say Om Ajnanati Mirandasya Gyan Anjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So basically, spiritual master is like a torchlight, and when he's bringing that light and removing the ignorance with the knowledge, basically then the material ties starts getting slackened, and it's like the sun in the form of spiritual master comes in, lies, and the darkness dissipates. And
thank you, Yashoda, and then Hansapriya, because something's burning.
You will find out.
Okay. You'll find out later.
So yesterday I was reading something from my Guru Maharaj's lecture, and he mentioned that it's like a medicine and a diet. So when you have Guru and your sadhana and your reading and everything, but same time, that's like a medicine. But then same time, the diet is also important. So diet is a service. So I just thought it struck me very well, because I can understand when you take a medicine, you have to follow the diet.
The diet also.
Otherwise, either or doesn't work.
Very practical. Thank you. Yashoda.
It's my personal experience. When you perform service to anybody, your ability to hear message of this person goes up. Increase.
Fascinating. Wow, I think we're on to something here. When you serve someone, then your ability to hear what they're speaking goes up. It would be very interesting. You write a doctorate thesis on why that happens. Yeah, say more.
Ability speaking and hearing message of this person whom I serving goes up.
I see. Yes, yes. Nice.
Maharaj, like I saw personal experience, like you always taught us like what you have you give to other people. So suppose I saw that I went to India, suppose I am a rich person, if suppose some person, poor person I can give money because I think that I have some money. Similarly, when we serve a great soul, what they have Krishna. So they can give you Krishna. It's very simple. I found it's very easy to understand for me.
Nice. Like Prabhupada says in one place that if you hang around a millionaire, rich people, then wealth comes out. I mean, billionaires, what's it to them to give you $1 million or $2 million, right? So spiritually wealthy people, they have the capital, they can afford it, they can give it to you. Yes.
I just got the verse on this. Yasadeva parabhakti yatha deva tatha guru tasya kathe artham prakashante mahatmana. So those who has implicit faith in the spiritual master and the Supreme Personal Godhead, to them all the purports of the Vedic literature is automatically revealed.
Why is that?
Just because what we heard.
Because say from personal experience.
One develops the affinity to hear and chant by serving the great soul. And Prabhupada mentioned in 4th chapter that satisfaction of spiritual master is the key to success in his spiritual life.
Why?
Because we not know things by just learning, but by mercy things are revealed. So we
personal
get mercy.
Experience.
We get the mercy of the great souls.
Personal experience.
So whatever I get to understand is because the devotees, by the mercy of association of devotees, I see like it's not by my learning that I'm able to like theoretically know the knowledge, but when the great soul become pleased, something happens inside, like Krishna reveals what we are hearing and chanting.
Can I, may I please have a Bhagavad Gita? I'd like to enter into evidence. Shamalangi.
So I was thinking that when we are able to please the Guru by serving him, so Guru blesses us, and if Guru blesses us with a benediction, Krishna, because he is also a devotee of Krishna, Krishna is bound to fulfill his desire, so Krishna will, automatically.
Is there an example of that in Shastra?
I was thinking again of Ishwara Puri and Madhavendra Puri.
Good example. Really good example. Because you see the two opposites, right? You want to say more about it?
No, I think Mataji mentioned that day, like when Madhavendra Puri blesses Ishwara Puri at the end of his life, saying that, I pray to Krishna that he becomes pleased with you. So Krishna was so pleased that he came as his disciple.
And the opposite, Ramachandra Puri offended Madhavendra Puri at the end of his life because he tried to instruct his own spiritual master, and he told him what he should be meditating. He said, "Why are you crying out for Krishna and feeling separation? You should meditate on Brahman." And Madhavendra Puri said, "You get out, you sinful rascal! If I see your face when I leave this body, then I won't attain my object of love." Gandharvika?
So my personal experiences, means I got to spiritual quest started when I was my 9th grade math teacher, who was a core Advaita Vadi. So I was very fascinated with the logic and all that he teaches in calculus, he brings in Vedas and things like that. But then the more I grew up, I with my very limited knowledge, I could understand that there is something that's not complete. But it was because even I didn't have knowledge. But then I came in contact with devotees. And when I went back to the teacher and I told him that this is what the other devotees are saying, that in liberated stage you perform Krishna consciousness. And then the first thing he said was, that's fanaticism. He just totally negated. But still somehow what devotees did, their love for me, it really attracted me so much. But I was already deep into Chinmaya Mission, doing service every day, attending programs and all that. But then I came to, finally somehow I settled down in ISKCON because I had a very personal, bitter experiences, and there is a large gap between what they practice and what they say, especially with sense control and all that. So then I could see the goodness in devotees and the purpose with which Prabhupada started the movement and all that. And then when I came to ISKCON and I was practicing chanting, and then after like so many years, I came to know that like even within ISKCON, all these things happen. I was like totally shattered. Like the first time I read the news in the newspaper, I didn't eat that night and I was crying the whole night because I thought that ISKCON is my shelter and this is what is happening in ISKCON. I was totally shattered. But I still went on because somehow the association was kept me going. But then after a few years, Bhakti Vinod Swami and persons like him who are like showing and living Prabhupada's life, that really made me that like wash off everything, like whatever happens in ISKCON, it doesn't matter. Actually, there are people who are still practicing the principles of Krishna consciousness. So that's why these Shiksha Gurus and association with us, no matter how much books are there, how much popularity is made, unless you have a person who's your real well-wisher, you cannot understand Prabhupada's mood because they carry Prabhupada's mood in their heart.
Wow.
So that really helps me the requirement of a spiritual master.
Can we get
Thank
a
you.
nice round of applause for that? We have a high premium on personal realization in this class. That was profound. Very nice. Thank you.
Yep. Just very little to add to my, the story what I explained earlier. When I was lamenting about, my little Krishna, which was traveling with me for last 15 years. I used to carry with me all the time when I go to the international trips. And the special, Haridas Thakur Samadhi's bracelet that you gave us, a long time ago, I used to carry it with me all the time as a protection. When I was talking, I really missed that one. Other thing is recoverable. But then Shyamalangi Mataji, she said the one who is going to get that would be lucky and his life will be transformed. The way she said was in a very, normal way. But as I realized little later while I was driving, I think, you move little ahead in your thoughts as you start really believing those things, it is special and it can transform anybody's life. That is the kind of, faith as you started developing. It's very special.
Wow. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Hare Krishna. Nice to meet you. Where are you all from?
We are doing a master's in San Jose State University.
Is that right? What are you studying in?
I'm doing my master's in electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering, and? Would you like to stay for a while?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, please, you're welcome. Let's give them a comfortable seat. But have them come up a little closer so that they don't get disturbed. You're welcome. And maybe get them a to-go bag for that prasadam. There's a couple little bags so they don't have to sit and hold that. So, did you know it was the Purnima today? Is that why you came, or was this coincidence?
It's a coincidence.
Oh, that's no coincidence. Hate to tell you. Well, today is a festival day here. Of course, every day we have some kind of festival, because it's described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, which you may know something about, that in the spiritual world there's an eternal festival going on, never stops. Here in this world, there's a lot of hard work because we have a debt to pay called karma, and along with our birth, we immediately have to start paying off our debt. And so our parents even get ready before we're born to make sure we get into a school and all that kind of stuff. Why? Because we have to work hard. And the object of spiritual life is really to transfer that kind of hard work and service, to pay off our debt, to serve Krishna, to serve God. And then the Srimad Bhagavatam says when we do that, it's like watering the root of a tree. Then all the branches and leaves become nourished automatically. And also, we no longer become debtors. We become absolved of all the different kinds of debts and can live a happy, joyful life with no anxiety. And so all this morning, starting at 4:30 this morning when we had our Mangalartik, up until now, we've been having chanting and reading and things, and all day long we'll be doing this up until tonight at moonrise, when we'll have a big feast for all the devotees. The devotees are cooking all day and offering everything to Krishna. And today is the appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the founder of our sampradaya. And we follow his teachings. And he came to show a process of spiritual life which is very simple. Especially he emphasized the chanting of God's names. Just anyone in any place, by repeating God's name, because God's name has all potencies, one can attain all the benefits of spiritual knowledge and detachment, and actually develop love for God by this chanting. So we read and we do a little chanting, and then later on we'll have prasadam feast and everything. What part of India are you from?
South India.
Which part?
Karnataka.
Karnataka. Yeah. You too?
No, I'm from Maharashtra.
Maharashtra. Very nice. Anybody else here from Karnataka? Jai. And anybody else from Maharashtra? Well, from India, right? Nice. Well, we're so glad you came today. Yes, Shraddha. Oh, yes, please, go ahead. Okay.
I was going to say that if we have a set available, I'd like to give them a Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Now that's a big question. Do we have a set of Chaitanya Charitamrita? These are
that one is already booked, actually. That's going to go to somebody
Hare
else.
Krishna Prabhuji, this is Malini.
You have it?
Right. My humble obeisance.
Mali Mataji, are you saying something?
Yes,
Do you know this is
Mataji,
about
we have
you?
it.
They want to give you the Chaitanya Charitamrita because you came on this special day. Chaitanya Charitamrita is this book we're studying from today. Only it's a set. There's 9 books in the set, and you just came in at the right time. They'd like to give you that set. Yeah, special.
So Maharaj, I was actually, I was reading the translation to the verse that you had quoted, Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.2, which was the Mahat Sevam Dwaram one.
Yes.
And so there in the translation it said that one can attain the path of liberation from material bondage only by rendering service to highly advanced spiritual personalities. And the next sentence actually struck me because it said, these personalities are impersonalist and devotees. So I was struck by the word impersonalist. And then I started thinking, my mom was a big time impersonalist, but I used to do a lot of seva for her. And so that kind of emphasizes the strength and the power of seva, that even if you're serving the impersonal, I served my mom a lot, but but I never followed her teachings. It never came naturally. It would not. She would ask me to go to the spiritual path. For the longest time, I just avoided that completely. And then the power of the service was that finally I came to Bhakti Yoga and God showed me the right path to go. And then I was also thinking about Gandavrika Mataji. She said that she was serving in the Chinmaya mission, but then, you always find the right path. Krishna shows that to you. So the power of service.
Yeah, that's true. Prabhupada explicates that a little bit in just saying that, there's 2 classes of transcendentalists. And
May?
Yes.
Yeah. It's about the coincidence which you mentioned. So just would like to recollect what I read. Coincidence is when God chooses to be anonymous. So the other thing is about the service thing which you mentioned, right? You were asking why through service actually it helps. So when I was new to Krishna consciousness, I had lots of questions and I used to really create havoc in the Bhakti Vriksha programs. But yet I had some amount of faith that these people are something. Something is there about these people, and I should hang on. And even I was actually not convinced about the philosophy, but since I had that some amount of faith, I would go and clean the dishes and do that. So in the kitchen, I thought that, okay, at least by doing that, I don't have to hear what they're saying. So that is a live example, like how now I am actually so inclined to hearing, at least somewhat inclined to hearing. That I used to create so much havoc in the class that the person who used to call me, who was actually conducting this Bhakti Vriksha programs, he later confided in me. See, I used to call you for my class, but I used to also pray to Krishna that, okay, please tell Vittal not to ask questions. So that's my...
Thank you very much. Beautiful. Just about the service, we have experience. If someone does unmotivated service for you, how do you feel? Indebted, right? You feel gratitude. You want to pay. You want to give them something. You want to give them your heart. If someone comes and they do service and it's tit for tat, they want something back. In other words, you know that there's something behind it. That they're really doing this because they need to borrow your lawnmower or whatever it is. Then the obligation isn't so profound. But if it's love, if it's really love, someone gives you a gift out of love or renders service to you out of love with no expectation in return, then practically what can you give them? And this is one of the themes of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Ye yata mam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham mama vart manuvartante manushya parta sarvashaha. That as they surrender to me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects in this world. So in the esoteric section of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we find that Krishna in the Bhagavatam says that he can't repay the service of his most intimate devotees, and he says, you have to be satisfied with the result of your own service. That is, because service to Krishna is so satisfying, you should be just take that, because I have nothing, I can't repay this spotless service, especially the service that is given to him by the gopis, who are the emblem of the highest type of service to Krishna without any motivation. Only motivation is to please Krishna's senses. The one example is given in a famous story that Krishna has a headache, and he asks for some foot dust from his devotees in order to cure the headache. He said, this is the curative for my headache. So he asked Narada, and Narada said, I don't think anybody's going to do that, because they know what it means. You know, it's a big offense, and they'll suffer for it. Nonetheless, he goes out and he asked many devotees, need some foot dust. Well, what do you want foot dust for? Krishna has a headache. No, I can't do that. And he goes back, Krishna, nobody will give foot dust to cure your headache. Your devotees won't give. He said, go ask the gopis. And when he asked the gopis, they said, yes, we'll give foot dust right away. But everyone else is saying that it's a big offense. You go to hell for that. Said, fine, better that than Krishna has to suffer a headache. Probably gives us as an example that, and when he talks about devotees who take risks, for instance, for preaching Krishna consciousness, that there may be some risk in preaching, that one takes a burden that maybe he would be degraded by it or something like that. But if there's love, then Prabhupada said, then the person's willing to take on that kind of a risk. And so when Krishna analyzes the love of the gopis, he says that it's so pure that I have nothing, I can't give anything back. I have nothing to give you. You have to be satisfied with your own service. And this becomes the this sort of seed of Krishna coming as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There's a way in which he comes as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to experience that same kind of love that the gopis have for him, and also to repay his devotees. So, service, Krishna says, Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadakshanti de jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshina. When it comes to meeting a person who has something, and when we say spiritual master, so in any realm, when you want to get that knowledge, you have to approach a person. You can't just get it from a book. And there's a profound way in which people who have studied a science and have studied from their spiritual teachers or material teachers, either way, they've imbibed something. They've been able to synthesize all this knowledge and realize it, and then they're able to pour it out. And it gets poured out, as Pooja was saying, when we render service. It seems wholly impractical from a empiric point of view. It's like, no, you just get it from learning. It's not from service. But if you go into a university classroom and you have alacrity, a cheerful readiness. That's what we looked at, isn't it? Cheerful readiness to hear. If you sit up close to your teachers, your professors, and you really listen, you sit in the front row and you're there every time, what do your teachers think about you? Do they like it or not? They like it very much, right? In fact, even if you don't do that well on other parts of your class, if you just sit up close and you're cheerfully alert and you pay attention the whole time, they'll start liking you and say, yeah, well, they'll give you a high mark. It's a fact, because so that's true in any circumstance. So tadvidi pranipatena, this idea that you go forward empty and you say, I don't have anything, please fill me up, because as Mahatma Prabhu says, 3 words that block all learning. I know that. I already know that. I already know that. And I check myself all the time. Somebody's telling me something. I know. Shut up. Just listen. Maybe you hear it for the 100th time, and this time you'll actually hear it rather than talking over it. And so pranipat means to come like that, to come with your head down, on the ground. It's like, I'm empty. I don't know anything. That's what Rupa and Sanatana Goswami did when they came to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, completely empty, and said, we don't know anything. We're completely foolish. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, when he went to Prakashananda Saraswati and they asked him about, don't you know something about Vedic knowledge? And he said, my spiritual master said I'm a fool. He said, you can't study all these things. Just chant the Maha Mantra. Of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew everything about the Vedas, and he proved it. But this is practical. It's really practical. Pranipatena, pariprashnena, and then to ask relevant questions, not absurd inquiries, Prabhupada says. If they're absurd inquiries, then you simply agitate the mind of the teacher, and he or she can sense that you're not sincere. But if you actually give sincere inquiries and questions a hook, and when you ask questions, then you're pulling knowledge. Interesting thing that Prabhupada's exalted godbrother B.R. Sridhar Maharaj of Navadvip said. He said that a spiritual master catches the disciple by shiksha, and the disciple catches the guru by diksha. It means that somebody goes out and teaches everywhere, and then people become attracted, and they go, and they feel it's changing my life, and so he catches them. And they may think in the beginning, this is no big deal, I'm not that interested, but if he or she keeps teaching, after a while their heart will be captured, and then they're caught, and then in return they say, okay, I won't go anywhere else. You have to be my spiritual master. You're caught, and now he's stuck. So yes. Okay, so the spiritual master catches the disciple through shiksha, and the disciple catches the guru by diksha. Gotcha. Yes.
Guru Maharaj, when we first come into Krishna consciousness, we know so little that everything seems clear. This is just one little book, and you read the 560 or whatever pages, and it's like an exam, and you write an exam. Things seem very clear. But as you explained, people who have gone very deep into Krishna consciousness, who understand the philosophy, they're able to say with much clarity of mind that they don't know anything. And they're able to reabsorb that knowledge in a deeper level as they keep going. But it's not something that a Kanishta can actually understand. That state of mind comes with service, comes with time spent in Shravanam, Kirtanam. And over time, I'm able to understand that it's possible. This does happen because we are transforming. As we transform, and when people ask us, we're not able to explain how it is that the transformation happens. Why is it that we find so much peace in Shravanam? And what are we getting from putting the kirtan first thing in the morning and listening to it and jumping around? And it does look a little crazy to everyone else who's materialistic or who's still trying to transfer. So what the acharyas are doing to us, to me, from my level, is because I'm just there, is not something I can connect with. I can accept. And I can and surrender and say, yes, that will happen in time. Why is it that it takes that flow to go from very clear to very clearly we are not clear at all? And to be able to hear the Bhagavad Gita.
Well, in the Madhurya Kadambini, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that there are certain anomalies that come with the neophyte. And one of them is called Utsahan Mayi, which means a kind of immature enthusiasm and over-enthusiastic. Because enthusiasm actually gets expressed through steadiness over a long period of time and not through a big burst of immediate energy, which sometimes new students have in something like, I know everything. And they become so enthusiastic about it. And another thing is that in the very beginning, it does look like one thing very simple. That's what you're saying? So sometimes, just like when you get butter, it looks like one thing. But then when you make it into ghee, you put it under a little heat, and it separates, and it becomes impurities, and then the ghee comes out the other side, and you have to scrape off all that. And in the process of purification, in the middle section, we may feel that there are all kinds of things that are coming out. Like, I felt so good when I first joined. It seemed like just ecstasy. And now it feels like agony because but that's what it is. I've started the process, and anartha nivritti means you have anishta bhajana kriya, which means you feel your inability to have steady bhajan. And it's aggravating because then you have to wonder, is everyone else, cheating or actually faking it? Or is it just me? Do I have to admit the fact that I'm actually not that advanced and give up my early enthusiasm?
Yeah, Prabhuji, just like to share regarding the service. In Coventry, there was one devotee. He used to watch all the cars which were parked outside, right from the very beginning, when program starts, till the end, when everybody really goes. And I was just very, very new to. I used to go there just because I was a student, just used to be, eat prashadam there. I was thinking he's a devotee, of course he's a much advanced one, but why he's not even going even to the arti, not even taking the darshan? And it really baffled me for whole year. And that person, that devotee used to just chant his bad, and because there was a lot of danger about people, but the cars they used to hit, and so that and after many years I realized the level of that service in that devotee's mind. I think it's one of the highest purity I could ever think of, because you are in front of a temple, it really does not matter you are in front of deities or outside. His consciousness probably was as pure as it could be. And I, in fact, once asked, Prabhu, you eat, out, and it's late. And he said, no, there are a few more cars, till they go, then he will go. And that probably tells, that level of service attitude as you develop, then you'll probably find Krishna everywhere.
Well, also, it's a good example, and it shows the absolute nature of devotional service as well. There's a parallel story in the pastimes of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. A very intelligent man met some of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's disciples who were very learned and was impressed by them and came to the Gaudiya Math hoping to transform his life. So he got audience with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta and he said, please, Maharaj, what I really want is I want to become like these other students of yours who are so erudite and they know all shastras, they've learned everything. I want to become like them. Please, teach me and set me up in such a way that I can do that. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said, you have to talk to Gopal and then he'll get you started. And so he said, okay. So he went out into the mutt and he started asking around, where's Gopal, where's Gopal? And he said, this way, go down the hallway, out the door, down there, down that corridor, now keep following that pathway down there. So he gets down there, it was a greenhouse and the gardener was there picking up leaves. And he said, I'm looking for Gopal. Said, oh, I'm Gopal. The man thought, must be some mistake. Either that or Maharaj is trying to chastise me in some way to say that I'm unworthy. So he goes back, he says, I'm sorry for all my offenses. I must have approached in the wrong way. I came to ask for, this, I want to be like your, and he said, did you talk to Gopal? He said, Maharaj, I didn't talk to him, he's the gardener. He said, go back, talk to him. So he went back humbly and he says, Maharaj sent me here to talk to you and, please tell me about spiritual life. So they sat down and he spoke to him and he got this profound realization, first of all, that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was teaching him that you have to, in a simple way, actually assimilate this knowledge, and that also those who are simple in their devotional service and whatever service they're doing, they can't be without spiritual knowledge. They'll come to this position of understanding the ultimate conclusion. One of our godbrothers, Burijan Prabhu, has spent many, many years studying Bhagavatam. He was saying, another godbrother told me that he had heard from him this realization. He said, so many years of studying, very carefully, how it's structured, all the verses, all the commentaries, everything he's gone through. And he said, after all that, after so many years, he came to the conclusion that, the main thing is submissive service to your guru. That's it. Yasya Devi para bhaktir yata Devi tatagaro tasyaite katitahriyarta prakashanti mahatmanaha. Malati. Here comes the microphone.
In the same mode, what you just mentioned about the gardener, that a very learned person came to see Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, and he was asking him a very profound question. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta barely glanced at him. He said, go ask the pujaris. So he went, the person was submissive, so he went. And he saw the pujaris cleaning the brass, and they didn't have this easy rinse on, wipe it on, rinse it off stuff we have nowadays. And even when I was first serving Prabhupada in India, if you wanted to clean the brass, you had to take ashes from the fire and some tamarind or lemon rind, and then just rub and rub and rub, sometimes coconut husk if it was really unclean. So it was a very messy business to clean the brass. So he sees that's what they're doing, and they looked up, said, did you want something? He said, yes, Guru Maharaj sent me here. I have a question. So they said, all right, well, help clean the brass, and when the brass is cleaned, then we'll discuss your question. And it took quite a while. And finally it was done. And then he looked at them, he made his obeisances, and he said, thank you, my question has been answered.
Nice.
This mood of service is essential in gaining any type of spiritual knowledge, or to speak of realization.
Why is that? What happens?
Because the heart, the rebellious attitude of the conditioned soul is subdued through service. And that dust that is on the mirror of the consciousness is eradicated.
Thank you. Have you had kirtan? Have you ever been in a kirtan? Would you like to sample what our kirtan's like? Yeah? We're going to hold your questions, whatever you have. I just want to make sure that you get the opportunity to have kirtan because, we're talking a lot now. It's very theoretical and philosophical and everything like that. But in kirtan, there's a very powerful way that just by chanting God's names, we can realize the highest truth. And the mantra that we chant is called the Maha Mantra. And this comes from the Upanishads. The Kali Santarana Upanishad gives this mantra, which says Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Do you know that mantra? Yeah. Give him a mantra card. I wasn't convinced by that, fully. Okay, we'll get you a mantra card so you can look at the mantra too, because the names on the just looking at them are also purifying. And so we do a call and response, so I'll sing out the mantra, and then everyone will sing back. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Read that book. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Oh, Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya. Govinda Jai Jaya, Gopala Jai Jaya. Govinda Jai Jaya, Gopala Jai Jaya. Hey, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari. Govinda Jai Jaya. Govinda Jaya, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Thai Gaura, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Thai Gaura, Hari Bol. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, Gauranga. Gauranga, Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande. Indranush, harmonium, let's hear it. Malti-Devik, kartals. Good for all the kartal players out there. The Hare Krishna dancers. The Hare Krishna chanters. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande. So we're counting down the hours and the minutes until the appearance of Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu, who appears at moonrise. When he appeared in 1486, and there was an eclipse, and at that time all the people in Navadvip and everywhere in the land were trying to counteract the effects of the eclipse. So they were out in the Ganga and they were chanting the holy names. And so with his birth, he arranged for the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And then in his birth, as a little child, he used to cry and cry and cry until the village ladies figured out that if they chant Hare Krishna, then he'd stop crying. And he would do this regularly to get everyone chanting. And then when he started the kirtans at Srivasangam, the devotees would chant all night long in kirtan, sankirtan, and then they went out onto the streets and they began chanting publicly. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went all over South India, from village to village, house to house. And everywhere he went, he taught the same thing, that he taught Kurma Brahma. This, the author of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of Chaitanya Charitamrita. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the house of Kurma Brahma, he taught him Jare Dako Tahil Kaha Krishnu Padesh Amaragnaya Guru Hanatara Edesh, that wherever you go, whomever you meet, you should teach them about Krishna. And also, just chant Hare Krishna. In that pastime, Kurma Brahma was a well-established householder, wealthy Brahmin, and he had a following there. And he became very attached to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this beautiful sannyasi, who, when he left, broke the heart of Kurma Brahma. He wanted to go with him, so he started following Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and said, I can't live without you. I have to follow you. And Mahaprabhu sent him back. He said, don't speak like this. You stay in your place where you are, and in your own town, you become a teacher. And you teach everybody to do the same thing. Chant Hare Krishna, study the Bhagavad Gita, be happy. And that way you can liberate everybody. And Mahaprabhu went on in his tour of South India. And the word got out. Of course, there were no internet at that time. I doubt if there were even cell phones. And so there was word of mouth, and also a great devotee named Vasudeva, who was a leper, heard about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu coming to Kurmakshetra, the place where Kurma Brahma lived. And he came there to see the love of his life, his object of affection, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He hurried there as quickly as he could go. Of course, he couldn't go very quickly. He had leprosy.
But he was such a soft-hearted person that although he had these living worms on his body that were eating away at his skin, if they'd fall off, he'd pick them back up again and put them where they were, because he felt bad that they would be deprived of anything. And finally he arrived at Kurmakshetra, and there he found that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had just recently left, and he had missed him. And it wasn't as if you could catch up. I mean, when devotees are walking, it's a whole different thing. You can't call them up, you can't track them by satellite or anything like that. Like you can nowadays. It's no big deal. I know where he is. He's in Singapore. He's right over there. So, Mahaprabhu is Krishna. And Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Sarvasya chaham hridisannivishto matak smritir jnanam apohanam cha. He also says, Ishvara sarvabhutanam hridisher jundatishtati brahmayan sarvabhutani yantra rujani mayaya. He also says, Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam Dadavi buddhi yogam tam yenamam upayandite. He also says, Tesham ivanakam paratam ahamagyana jamtamaha nashayam yatma bhavasto jnanadipena bhashvata. He also says, Ananyacheta satatam yomam smarati nityashaha tasyaham sulabha parta nitya yuktasya yoginaha. So Krishna is there within the heart, and he knows the heart of the devotee. He's also giving intelligence to the devotee from within the heart. It says, even if someone isn't a great scholar, it's not necessary. In fact, sometimes it's a disqualification. Someone becomes overly intelligent. But if someone's simple and they have a sincere heart, Krishna, who's there within the heart, gives that person direction. He illuminates the heart. Says, here's how to reach me. Here's where to go. Come to 951 South Bascom on Purnima. So, Lord Chaitanya also knows the heart of his devotee. He says, Sadhavo hridayam mayam, sadhanam hridayam tvaham. This was in the pastime of Ambarish Maharaj, when Durvasa Muni offended Ambarish Maharaj and he was being chased by Sudarshan Chakra. He went everywhere to get shelter. And he finally went to Lord Narayan and said, please save me. And Lord Narayan said, Sadhavo hridayam mayam sadhunam hridayam tvaham. That the devotees are in my heart, and I'm in their heart, and I never stop thinking about my devotees, and they never stop thinking about me. And therefore you'll have to go back to Ambarish Maharaj to beg forgiveness. I can't help you. And so Mahaprabhu is Krishna, and he's always thinking of his devotees. And if someone has a sincere heart and tries to serve in a simple way, he'll be discovered. There was a pastime in the house of Srivas Thakur. There was a big mela going on, people everywhere. And there was a Mahaprakash ceremony where Mahaprabhu was being bathed, Abhishek, with hundreds of pots of Ganges water. And there was one maidservant in the house of Srivas Thakur named Duki. And Duki was doing her diligent service. She didn't have any notoriety at all. She was in the background completely. No one saw her except Mahaprabhu, because he saw her service. She was bringing these pots of Ganges water and so lovingly lining them up so the other devotees could do their service, that Mahaprabhu stopped the entire procedure, and he said, who's bringing these pots? Who is that? And he said, oh, that's our maidservant, Tuki. He said, her new name is Suki. And this goes for anyone, anywhere in the world, doesn't matter where you live or what situation you're in, because Krishna is in your heart. If you do sincere service for 1 second, 1 atom of sincere service in submission, Krishna notices, and then he makes an arrangement. And that's how spiritual life advances. It's not dependent on external causes. It doesn't matter if you're in jail. And it doesn't matter if you're on the moon. If you have a sincere desire and you fill out your slip that says, I opt out of the material world, I'm quitting, and I'm submitting to you. And you hand in that chit. You say, that's it. Then Krishna knows, he knows that you've done it. and then he reciprocates. And so in the same way, Vasudeva the leper